Ballarat, those who couldn't quite make the trip down. We hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon, and we hope you enjoy our coverage of this one. So it'll be Anouk and Brooks to tip off. The crowd is up and about and ready to fire here.
Yeah, Brooks last week, his athleticism, he's a big guy, he's heavy, but he can really sky as well.
He can. We saw him in the warm-ups really get up, and it's Ballarat who win the tip, and they will control the ball first. It's stagnant to start things off. Comes to the wing. They immediately look to Brooks. Guarded by Anouk. Good hands from Anouk, and it'll be Sealy pushing the ball back the other way. Almost a take foul. No dice. And that is the perfect start for the Ringwood Hawks. And this crowd is gone berserk.
Can they maintain that noise level for the full 40 minutes is probably the question, Matty.
Struggling to hear myself talk already. Good hands from Sealy. Stood out of bounds, I think. He did. So slightly unlucky from Lindeblad down low.
I guess it's a completely different atmosphere to playing in the magnificent venue down at Ballarat where the crowd, well, there was a good crowd turnout last week. Such a big space. They're all crammed in here. This place is loud.
Certainly is. Seb Lees. Hesitation. Gets it to Ahale. Anouk open from the wing. He shoots the three. That looks short out of the hand, and it was. And a really strong rebound from Jeremiah McKenzie. And he has the ability to push the ball back down the other way. Brilliant move. But he couldn't quite finish on the left. We're going to try our best to not blow these mics apart, but the crowd is making things just a little bit difficult. Push pass from Lees to Anouk. Hesitation, and he couldn't get it to go.
That's just Brooks coming across and intimidating Anouk there on a nice pick and roll, but he couldn't finish.
Lindeblad for three. That'd be a good start for the Miners, and they like it. And you've got to be getting out. These are fantastic players, but a lot of young guys. They've got to be careful that they don't get overexcited in what is a really big game just because the crowd is going nuts. Because, to be honest, through the regular season, they're not used to playing games in front of such massive crowds.
No, and you do. You can burn all your petrol tickets early. It's a 40-minute game, and you need to play the full 40 to win games like this.
So it'll be McKenzie. And then Hayes for three in the face of Sealy. Not quite. Lees couldn't get the rebound. He went up for the two-hand flush, McKenzie, but he couldn't get it to go. Solid defense down low despite being undersized. Lees tries to push it up the court, but good hops down there from Hines.
You've got to be so careful when you make long court passes against a team as athletic as the Miners.
McKenzie off the dribble, and there's the second chance points. The Hawks really have to crash the board. Sealy, he's so quick. He'll draw in, push up with the left hand, couldn't get it to go, and Nook might have got away with a push. Again, no foul. Here's Sealy one more time. And the crowd is really up and about here at the rings. Ahale off the pick, going to his left, little elbow jumper. And a super efficient player, isn't he?
Oh, he is. Look, you just at this point in time, you're just waiting to see if one team settles down and starts getting through their offenses and making some good decisions, Matty, because the emotions are right up at the moment.
They are. Here's Brooks. Went away from Hayes and then went away from McKenzie. Lindeblad step back three, no. Pushes it over. Good touch from Ruff. And it'll mean we've got 2 seconds on the shot clock. And the Miners will need a quick shot.
So a really interesting start though, Matty, because both teams are really up and in, playing hard. That's a tough shot.
McKenzie in rhythm, no dice. And Sealy quickly pushing the ball back the other way. Ahale on the left.
Nice catch. Great catch and finish. Again, that's the second pass that the Hawks, obviously they made a decision to try and push the ball early and see if they can't get something early in transition.
Free ball from McKenzie back the other way, and he likes it. And he gives a little to the crowd as well.
McKenzie's up for this one. He had a great game last week, so his confidence should be sky high.
Good read from Hayes. The referee got in the way, which probably allowed Ringwood to play a little bit better defense in transition. One McKenzie to another. Corner three. He just hit one. Can he go again? And he does. Big triple. And the Hawks, who got away to a bit of a flyer, now find themselves trailing by 3.
Yeah, and they're going to have to find McKenzie now in transition because his eye's in and he looks very, very dangerous.
Here's a knock, got the mismatch down low. Seb Lees for 3. Didn't look great out of the hand. And McKenzie's doing a little bit of everything already in this game. pushes against Ahale. He'll shoot the step back three because he's feeling it right now. And that did everything but drop. That's a heat check if ever I've seen it, Kenny.
That is a Steph Curry heat check.
And Ahale probably had the left-hand layup, try to get Ruff involved. Not quite. Sealy picked his pocket. He did. It's out of bounds on Hayes. Ringwood ball was just a little lazy with the handle there.
Hayes is a talented player. I assume he's the son of the legend Eric Hayes up in Ballarat. If he's not, I apologise. But what a great player Eric Hayes was back in the day, and a great coach and servant for the Miners.
Lee's coming off the double pick. Hard left-hand drive, probably got fouled, and there's our first foul of the night. The afternoon, I should say, and it'll be free throws, and Ballarat immediately looking to their bench. It'll be Will Hines, who played NBL 1, so pretty nice when you can bring some NBL 1 talent off the bench, isn't it, Kenny?
And look, the kid is talented. When we played our NBL game 1, he looks so good. He's so athletic and he's so smooth. That kid has a really good future.
So Lee's at the free throw line, and this crowd went from raucous to just about dead silent. Now, Kenny, I've called some of the big V Grand Finals that you've coached before. I'm going to dare say that this might be the loudest I've ever heard the rings. This is incredible.
Oh, settle down, Leah, Matty. No, they're up and about. It's fantastic atmosphere, that's for sure.
And Nook wants to break down between the legs to the left hand. Ruff with a strong rebound. It did everything but drop. He's just a workhorse, isn't he, Bailey Ruff?
Yeah, he's a physical presence. And you know what? I've never seen him play a game where he hasn't given 100% of himself, which is why he's one of the most popular players on that team.
Here's Brooks down low, guarded by Ruff. Tough finish from Brooks. And he's just got some nice touch and some nice lateral movement in the low block, and he's an absolute nightmare to guard, and that matchup's going to be super exciting as this game goes on. Lees probably should have put the shot up and drawn the foul. Instead, kicks it to Ahale, and it was the right decision.
Yeah, it's going to be a high-caliber game, isn't it? I mean, both teams really talented, shooting well, playing well. Their offenses are working. You know, we're looking at another 80, 90-point game, which is strange for a grand final.
It's going to be a charge. Ahale got to the spot and drew it early against Will Hines, and that's an early one for him. And this pace probably has to suit the Hawks, you would think, just because they've got the quicker, smaller guards.
I think so. And again, I don't know what it takes out of them, but you got Zach Dunmore's just checked into the game off his travel from Mount Gambier, and Will Hines as well. So the Hawks would definitely be looking to test the legs of the Miners and push the ball and see if they're getting back. And maybe, you know, it's a strategy of wearing them down over 40 minutes as well.
And that little moment to wipe the floor, probably a welcome breather for some of the players there, because the intensity's pretty high. The Ballarat bench wanted an out-of-bounds call, didn't get it. Sealy, that would be salt in the wound. He doesn't make it, but he'll go to the free throw line to shoot two.
Yeah, good strong defense by Hayes there, but he's reaching in. He'd probably want to be a bit careful. And Harry Sealy, you know, if you're going to reach, he can zip past you pretty quick. So where he did that, then he's got himself to the foul line, and two important foul shots.
Sealy listed at 185, which I think is very, very generous, Kenny. You know him, he plays in your NBL 1 side. 185 centimetres?
Well,
I think that's generous.
He's wearing some Kobe Grinches, mate, and I think they make him walk about 3 inches taller.
You reckon you got Mars bars in the shoes underneath the heel?
Well, I think 6 foot would see him out on a nice day.
But he's got the hops. He was putting down 360 dunks in the warm-up, which for a small bloke is just unbelievable. So it's a 1-point lead to the Hawks. Tough drive from Hayes, and that's a good matchup, isn't it? That's going to be great to watch as this game unfolds.
Yeah, what a great move too. Putting the ball on the floor, getting to the basket, and finishing strong.
It's caught a travel there on Ahale. So did everything right. Got his man a mile up in the air, but just on the takeoff. No argument from Ahale. He gets on with it. And then we've got some more substitutions. So Brooks gets a rest. So too does McKenzie. I would have thought that Ballarat, maybe for the last minute and a half, should have found McKenzie a few more times while he's got the hot hand early. Yeah,
I think so. But, you know, look, there's so much talent out there, and hopefully the Hawks have zeroed in on him a little bit and made him work a bit harder. But, yeah, you're right, matey.
Hayes, good speed. Strong follow from Hines. No foul called. It's a nook back the other way with Ahale. Kicks to the wing. Don't have to ask Seb Lees twice to shoot it. And he does it in front of his bench, and he loves it.
There's a lot of pointing going on after baskets.
There's so much, isn't there? For the first 6 minutes of a game, there's more pointing than I think I've ever seen in my life. And Nook gave the right hand to Jackson Talbot, and he probably regrets it. That was a little too easy.
Yeah, Talbot, great drive off his right, straight to the basket in a straight line and finish strong. It was a terrific move.
Haven't seen Ruff involved too much. And Nook, wing three, looked a little strong out of the hand. Ruff with the tip in, couldn't get it to go. Sealy chasing the O boards. Ruff again gets it. There's probably a foul there. And there's a little bump as well underneath the basket. And this game has some feeling, there's no doubt about that. Figart gave him a little one after the fact, but I don't think that'll bother Bailey Ruff.
No, I think Bailey will enjoy that. And there's nothing in that either, by the way. It was just two guys going at it pretty hard. And it is sheep stations today, Matty. There's no tomorrow for the Ringwood Hawks if they want to push this game to a game 3 this series. And they have to take care of business today. And they're going to have to play physical and they're going to have to play strong.
Jeremiah McKenzie back into the game. We'll see what the Hawks can draw up on the out-of-bounds play. They're looking for a Nook down low. Did they get it to him? They did. He's got 2 feet in the paint. Kicks to Sealy. This way, that way. Unbelievable finish at the rim. I said earlier at the start of the broadcast, he shot 9 of 11 from the 2-point range last week, and he had so many contested finishes like that. He is unbelievably crafty at the rim for a small guy.
And it looks like Ballarat are closing him out, so he's going to have those drive opportunities too.
So that is the first foul on the Hawks, 4 already on the Miners, and so it'll be bonus to the Hawks next time they get fouled. They'll go to the line to shoot freebies.
Well, I think the Ballarat are seriously making a focus of keeping Harry Sealy off the 3-point line too.
Not quite from Hayes. Lee's fighting down low. Ruff did a great job of playing help defence, and now Ballarat will just reset. Single digits on the shot clock. Look to the wing. Steps into a 2-point jumper. That's a tough look off back iron. And a good contest on the offensive rebound. Hayes, geez, he gets up, doesn't he?
Oh, he's a great athlete. He's certainly a kid to keep an eye on for the future too.
Just 19 years of age and has some serious hops. Sealy, great backdoor cut. Probably could have dunked it, but he just takes the layup, and a great find from Bailey Ruff. And you've got to love when your big men can pass the ball like that.
Yeah, and it's something he's been able to do his whole life, actually, coming through juniors.
They give Hayes baseline, and it's one that they'll live to regret. So Hayes has 4 points, an assist, a couple of steals as well, and his impact's really being felt. Sealy's got 8. Lees gets his pocket picked. Here's McKenzie. This way, that way. Ahale did a fantastic job. It's a travel. And Lockie Ahale, that's twice now that he's made something out of nothing on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, just with Seb Lee, Seb just trying to do a little bit too much. He can probably just take his time, get his team into their offense. These sort of things happen in grand finals, don't they, Matty, where you probably try and do a little bit too much at certain times, but the Hawks are fine if they move the ball, they run their structures. That's what they've done well all season long. A little word from Russell Lee just to Seb to remind him, mate, calm down, get our stuff, call something out, we'll get a good look. And they've got Harry Sealy going a little bit too now, so they've got a target for sure.
Horns action at the top. Ahale playing well, tough finish. There's Ruff with 4 white jerseys around him, and he gets the O board, and he'll go to the line to shoot freebies. I've said it a few times already, but an absolute workhorse, but a little bit hit and miss from the free throw line, Kenny. He's either going to make 10 from 10, or he's going to have some serious struggles. Well,
it's all going to hinge on probably the first one, Matty. If he makes this one, his confidence will build. So let's have a look at what we get from this first journey to the foul line.
Now, I don't know about you, but I'd actually like just a little bit of noise when I'm at the free throw line. It's almost a bit unnerving.
I think everybody in the building knows what's going on here. Look
at
that.
He makes the first.
Yeah, not even within doubt.
Didn't even think twice about it.
No. And that's the way you want to be. You don't want to be thinking about it, do you? You just want to be shooting it. That one's a bit heavy.
Second a little strong, but 1 from 2, and it gives the Hawks a 3-point lead with 90 seconds to play in what's been a super entertaining first quarter here at the Rings, and the crowd has brought some serious energy. There's a small Ballarat contingent that I think is making themselves well and truly heard, and it's great to see. Kick to the wing. A Nook guarding, right to left, tough look, corner shot, got to make the extra pass, doesn't. It was the right decision, tough take. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2, and that was Zach Dunmore, who played MDL 1 in Mount Gambier last night. And the travel doesn't seem to have had any impact on his hops.
No, just interesting. A couple of the boys calling for unsportsmanlike, and I've noticed over the last couple of weeks that unsportsmanlike fouls are being called on people going to the basket.
There was one against Frankston on Matt Fennell that I don't want to talk about because I can see you're already just getting a little bit tense there, Ken.
There was a couple last week as well. I just think we need to chill down a little bit on the offensive foul calls, mate. I think, you're allowed to have a go at the ball.
So he nails the first, cuts the lead to 2. And he makes the second as well. And there's going to be the first substitution from the Hawks. So out goes Anouk, and in comes Zach Wharton. And he's a guy who needs to play some strong time when he gets the opportunity. And he's certainly capable of it. And I think Zach's been in the gym because he's looking pretty cut there. Nice handoff to Lees. Might have been a double dribble. There's maybe a foul in there as well. Sealy's got time. 5 on the clock. The screen comes from Ruff. They'll kick to the wing. Lees has got to get the shot up. He did. It was a quick release, which may have hurt him. There's Wharton. He's got to make his presence felt, and he does.
That's what Zach Wharton gives. He's an energy guy off the bench. He's going to chase every rebound.
Ruff on the take, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. And you've got to credit the Ringwood guards. They've worked so well out of the pick and roll in terms of finding Bailey Ruff, and they always look to him.
Yeah,
they reward their big fella, which then encourages him to continue to play hard, and he always does.
Yeah, a lot of that does revolve around the speed that Harry Sealy provides too. He can sort of blow past anyone and then create help opportunities and big guys rolling, getting open, and he's a great passer as well, Harry, as is Seb and Lockie.
So Figart off, Brooks comes into the game. Bit of chat between Brooks and Ahale.
I think there's a fair bit of chat going on all over the court, actually, Matty. Both teams are not going to back down, that's for sure. 0 from 2 from Bailey Ruff, so keep a close eye on him from the line. Certainly capable, but we'll wait and see. Wharton did a good job of containing the dribble and then came up with a steal. He's Ruff running the break. You don't see that too often. Ahale happy to settle because there's a 1 second differential between the game clock and the shot clock, and it was the right call. Yeah, great decision there. Sealy. Screen will come from Wharton. Attacks on the left. Hesitation. Nobody really knows what he's going to do. Time winding down. He's got to sort something out, and he overdid it. And now they'll get the fast break, and they've almost mucked it up. They have. And a big play from Seb Lees, and it was almost as if the Miners spent it before they had it. A chance for a gimme 2 taking into the quarter time break, but still a strong performance from them. And the Hawks have come to play as well. It's Ringwood who lead 20-19 after a quarter of play. How did you see it, Kenny? Mate, I'll tell you what I've seen. I've seen 2 teams that are really evenly matched here because, no team at any stage in that quarter looked like getting the ascendancy, really. It's basket for basket. The game may come down to decision-making, Matty, just who makes smart decisions at important times in the game. I don't think there was a timeout in that quarter at all, so both coaches at no stage thought, I need to pull this back in. Even just to let us catch our breath, I think would have been nice. We'd love a little sip of our drink. Just a media timeout like they have in the NBA. I think that would be called for, but again, as we predicted, just the 1 sub for Ringwood Hawks in that quarter. Ballarat, Kyle Slack calling quite a few subs. He's obviously bringing in some pretty talented players off the bench too, but, how's that going to impact the end of the game? Are the Ringwood guys, who are playing, 35-plus minutes, are they going to have the legs to close it out? Or, are we talking about the Mount Gambier visit for some of the key guys for the Miners at the end of the game? So that's going to be really interesting as it plays out. Yeah, something to keep an eye on. We'll run through some of the stats. A couple of big things in the stats between the 2 teams. Ringwood, I mentioned pre-game that they needed to do something about the offensive rebound count and the second chance points. Well, they've had 7-0 boards to Ballarat's 3, so now the pressure is on the Miners to turn that around. And also a combined 14 turnovers to start this game. So a bit of nerves, a bit of pressure from this big crowd. 8 to Ballarat, 6 to the Hawks. We'll have a look through some of the individual player statistics. Harrison Sealy, he has 8 points, 4 rebounds, an assist and a steal. Ahale has 7. Seb Lees has 4. And for the Miners, it's Mackenzie who has 6, Hayes has 4, Linderblad 3. So they've got a much wider spread compared to the Hawks, but we knew that was going to be the case coming in. I think in the second quarter, I think we need to be watching for any adjustments that get made. I think perhaps the game might slow down a little bit, Matty, because I reckon the emotions probably that's coming out of the game now. Now it's about executing what we spoke about in the change room. But I expect it to be a 1 or 2 point game at half time.
Yeah, which team is going to stamp their authority in the second? Who's going to settle the best after a hectic first quarter? Lees hasn't quite found his rhythm. Ahale's been pretty good, but he couldn't get that one to go, and a strong rebound from Dunmore. And so many of these Ballarat players more than capable of bringing down the rebound and then running the offense themselves. Here's McKenzie, went away from the pick, went baseline. Strong take, good defense from Anouk. Ruff just picked the pocket. That was unbelievable. A real show of strength against Talbot.
I don't think he saw him coming, and he just ripped that out of his hands.
Seb Lees with the old Steve Nash dribble around the whole paint and then relocate like Steph Curry. Shot the three, and he was just a little bit tired, and Ruff, who seems to continue to just come up with the ball, does it again. Sealy, that was leaving the air to make the pass into Ahale. And again, the push for the O boards. Ballarat have to sort that out soon.
Ringwood just falling in love with the three ball, just a little bit too much at the moment, Matty. I think let's get to the basket. Much in the way that the Miners just did with a great little move by Lucas Impey. So it's, the Hawks, the three, or let's drive to the basket down the other end. So hopefully they can make that adjustment.
Yeah, we mentioned that points in the paint, and Impey, who scored down the other end, comes up with a nice steal, looking for the entry pass to Anouk. Points in the paint last week was 64-40 in game one, the way of Ballarat. This time it's from deep, and this time it's good. You've got to show a hand. Dunmore buries it, and that gives now Ballarat a quick 4-point lead.
Such a beautiful-looking shooter, Dunmore. He's technically perfect when he shoots a basketball. Lovely follow-through, nice form.
So how will Ringwood respond? The bench for Ballarat getting loud. Single digits on the shot clock. Can Seb Lees hit a dagger? He's going to draw the foul, and he'll go to the line to shoot, I think, 3. The foul on Brooks. Let's have a look. It's going to be 3 free throws at the line, and Brooks, that's a bit of a coach killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got a quick run and your chance to get a stop with the shot clock winding down, and you foul 3-point shooter.
I bet you the big fella would be pretty upset with that. They got the shortest shot they wanted. It was a step-back 3 off the dribble for Seb, and he's bailed him out by fouling him.
So it'll be 3 at the line for Lees. And he buries the first. That moves him to 5 points, and it'll be good to see him get the ball through the net a couple of times. He's had 5 points now, but probably hasn't had everything his way, and we know he's more than capable of lighting it up.
And it's also a bit of a momentum killer. The Miners they're just building the momentum now. If they just had contested that shot, got a rebound, they're off again. Could have been another 6, 8, 10-point run. Now it's 3 points back to Ringwood. We've got a 1-point game, and the sting's been taken out of their run.
Indeed, it's back to 1, and that run does come to an end. 2 minutes played here in the second. It's Ballarat by a point away from home here in game 2, looking to seal the championship. Great pass and a great backdoor cut. That was good offense. Impey has come in and had some great minutes, hasn't he?
Oh, he's a 16-year-old kid. He sees the floor really well. He's part of state programs, country programs. That's a kid of the future for sure.
Bailey Ruff turns the corner. Great take. And we know that battle's going to be interesting inside, and it's Ruff who's winning it at the moment against Brooks. Tell you how you can tell Impey's part of the state program. He's got the Vic socks on, just a little bit of a flex.
Mate, if you're part of it, you've got to let everyone know. That's for damn sure.
Tough shot on the fadeaway 3. Couldn't get the friendly roll. And a pretty cruisy rebound for Anouk and Sealy. Any chance to get the crowd involved with a bit of showtime? Hard take, wanted the foul, didn't get it. And now it'll be Ballarat's chance to push it back the other way. Anouk's got to close out hard. Maybe a travel,
nice
maybe a charge, but it was a fantastic pass. And guess who? Impey again for 2.
Great pass by McKenzie, though. Hint of a travel, but you know what? He caught it, made a quick pass, and that's a great finish.
And Impey having a fantastic time of it. In 4.5 minutes, 4 points, 3 rebounds, an assist and a steal. So Lucas Impey is really putting in some big minutes. And this is the type of performance from someone who might not be as high on the scouting report as Dunmore or Hines or Brooks or Hayes or either of the Mackenzies, to pop up and have a big game like this. That could be the difference down the stretch as we see Ruff gets a well-earned break, and in comes Wood.
Impey's nearly 6'7". That's a big kid who moves like a guard at 16 years of age, who can make passes, can shoot and can drive. Really impressive kid.
Pick and roll action with Ahale and Anouk. Eventually found its way to Wharton. Lees back to Ahale, and again the Hawks have to make something out of nothing late in the shot clock. Ahale, tough drive, really tough drive, and he made something out of nothing, that's for sure. Lockie Ahale, we spoke about his efficiency, and that's a really important basket. But the Hawks at the moment, the bigger issue is it seems like none of their set action is really working. Ballarat look to have done a great job on the scout.
Yeah, they have, but the Hawks kids have still got the ability to put the ball on the play and make something happen out of broken plays. They're doing a good job with that.
Does there come a point as a coach that you think, all right, rather than, let ourselves try and make something out of nothing with 7 or 8 seconds, let's just give some general structure and let these guys play?
Well, 100%. If you can find a little area that you can try and, an inside target or a guy on the perimeter or just a little angle we can attack, then that's what you should do.
Wharton, great spin though from McKenzie, but he just $1 million move, 5-cent finish. It'll stay Ballarat ball. McKenzie a little angry at himself. He knew that got to the spot he wanted, 2 feet in the paint. You back him in most times there, but just a little strong.
So Russell Lee must be pretty happy with the work that Zach Wharton's done. He's put him back in and given Bailey Ruff a well-earned break, which is going to be key down the stretch.
I don't think that sub would have come if Brooks was still in the game. Good hands from Sealy. Lee's almost lost it. Did a great job of pushing him back the other way. Kick pass, Sealy in motion, and it's going to be a travel. And, geez, the refs are always quick on that little takeoff, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I reckon if you slow down everybody when they drive, they're probably travelling at the start of a play. I think it's
the negative one step.
It's a tough one. Probably there, but it's a tough one.
So 28 apiece. Game has settled a little bit from the first 5 minutes. Good hands from Anouk. Right idea from McKenzie again, who just does a great job of seeing the floor. But Anouk managed to break it up and did a good job, because if he didn't, it was going to be a pretty easy 2 points. 6 minutes to play in the second. Hayes v. Sealy, that matchup on the wing. It doesn't end up going there. That was telegraphed in the end. Hayes on the wing. Wharton almost rolled his ankle on the ball. Eventually, the Hawks come up with it. Great take from Lees. That's a really tough finish. Maybe had Sealy on the wing. Got to get back up now, Lees, and get into it. The Hawks wanted to travel. They weren't going to get it. And now Ballarat happy to settle in the half court because their offense is working for them at the moment. Here is Hayes. No dice. Wharton with a strong rebound. Has to rip through. It's going to be a charge.
Please don't call that a charge. Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's the retaliation that gets pinged, isn't it? Because there looked to be a lot of hands in on the ball at the start, but then they've done a great job of drawing it. And he knew the contact was coming and managed to get the call.
That's a tough one. Yeah, we don't need that one, but that's okay. I mean, it's a tough call for the refs to make that one, but what a great game, mate. It's 28 all. We've got two teams. They play completely differently, but they're so well matched, and both teams, each of them have a little angle that they think that they can execute against, but it's different at either end. Harry Sealy's ability to create off the bounce is going to be key for the whole rest of the game, I think. But if the next 5.5 minutes leading into half-time are going to be very important for both teams, because it's always nice to go at half-time and you feel like you've got an edge and you feel like you know what you need to do. If we go in at 38 all or 40 all, it's hard to make adjustments as a coach, because we're in it. If we go to a zone instead of a man, that could backfire. So, if you can get a 6 or 8 point lead now, and if you go in 6 or 8 down, you're inclined to make some major changes than if it's a level game.
Yeah, and I also think it's going to be really important for Ballarat to continue just to keep the Ringwood crowd tempered. The Hawks players, if they catch fire, they will get full of confidence. They'll play along with this crowd and have the capability. We saw it against Knox.
Right.
There was a massive Ringwood contingent that came out. They got hot and the lead grew out.
Right.
Ballarat can just contain the lead and contain the crowd. I think it's going to be really important for them going forward.
Right.
Single digits on the shot clock. Wide open three. Slow release, and it came up short. It was Linda Bladd from deep. Started the game out well. They've been a little bit quiet since. Horns action at the top. Hale's got 10. Leads the Hawks and leads all scorers. Here's Sealy. That crossover's lightning, and the left hand is pretty sweet as well. And he gives Ringwood a lead.
It's just that it's Harry Seeley's ability to be able to create out of nothing. He can get in the lane, he can shoot the floater, he can step back and shoot a three. That's why he's so important. Great move.
Great lob pass from Hines, and the finish again from Lucas Impey. Hasn't he put in some fantastic minutes in 7 minutes of play? He's got 6 points, 3 rebounds, an assist and a steal. The worry is that you almost rely, is it going to take a lot out of Seeley to always have the ball single digits on the shot clock? And there's an offensive foul off the ball and a bit more chat as well. Hines had a few words to say to Wharton.
I've got a feeling Zach Wharton's accusing him of flopping. I didn't get a good view of that, Matty. Did you see that?
I did. I didn't think there was a whole heap there. Maybe a slight raise of the forearm, and Hines did a pretty good job of drawing it. And I think the official might have seen it out of the corner of his eye, which was enough for him to pull the trigger on the whistle. Now Hale giving some of the business back to Hines. We'll keep a close eye on that. Both fantastic teams and players that are going head-to-head. And this game is getting a little bit physical, and the officials have got to be careful. They've got to make sure that they get a grip on this before things get out of hand.
Yeah, Seb definitely threw the hands in there. That was a good call. Just thought he'd have a swipe at the ball, but he got a lot of arm, so that's a foul. But yeah, you get a couple of offensive fouls and the emotions go up.
So that's 2 personals from Seb Lees, and some words to Lees as he goes off the bench from, I think, some players who aren't suiting up tonight from Ballarat. Lincoln into the game, a real knockdown shooter. McKenzie for 3. And Nook might have got bailed out there because they let him open. Good hands from Ruff. The ball's loose again, and they're going to call this foul, I think, on Lincoln, and it'll be baseline ball for Ballarat.
A tough gig for the referees today. It's so emotional. Both benches are up and screaming and yelling, and, you know, the referees have got a tough job today. There's no doubt about that.
Seeley guarding McKenzie. McKenzie went for the little dish pass. Hines threw his arms up, and the crowd is not pleased about that because the ref got drawn in, and it'll be bonus free throws. And the captain, Lockie Hale, just maybe having a word saying, be wary.
I think Will Hines is doing a terrific job of drawing attention to a little bit of contact at the moment. And, you know, if you're getting away with it and you're a player, that's what you should do.
Indeed, why not? And it's couldn't nail the first, and some jeers from the crowd.
Hawks have just got to make that adjustment and make sure they keep their spacing and don't put their hands in.
And he makes the second, and he gives Ballarat a 1-point lead.
It's the offense is starting to dry up a little bit, Matty. It's becoming a little bit harder. We were looking at a 90-point game. Now we're looking at a 70-point game. So the defense has ratcheted up, that's for sure.
Ruff and Hale, tough pass. Ruff did a great job of getting it. It will go back to the right hand, draws a foul, and 1 from Bailey Ruff. And the crowd is into it, especially after the play down the other end. He'll go to the free throw line to add an extra, and really important that Ruff starts to find his stroke from the line.
Yeah, he's probably someone that can really pick up the scoring load. At the moment, there's probably a little bit too much on Hale and Seeley. They probably need a big guy like Bailey to step up and put some points on the board. And
that free throw will do his confidence a world of good. 2-point lead for the Hawks. What a great game we've had. Ballarat looking to seal the championship. Here's Hines. Lindeblad for 3. Geez, that was a long way out. He slingshotted up there. Good hands from Anook. And it'll be Bailey Ruff, the centre, pushing the ball. Pick comes from Anook. Here's Seeley. Dump pass to Lincoln. Great find into Ruff. It's going to be another and 1 for Bailey Ruff, and the crowd goes berserk. And this is what I was talking about out of that timeout, Kenny. Ballarat have to come down in this next possession, either get a timeout or get a score just to contain this crowd, because the Hawks are going to play on energy and confidence.
Yeah, Bailey Ruff, 2 great, tough, physical moves inside, not only finishing the basket, getting the bonus. Now both teams are into the bonus anyway, 3 minutes to go. What team can take advantage of getting to the foul line and making foul shots?
Emphasis on that, making foul shots. The Hawks 9 of 13 ahead of this one, so getting to the line a lot. The Miners have shot just 4 free throws. Ruff from the line, it's Either swish or it's off back iron. It's a flat shot. It's always dead straight. Can't get it to go. McKenzie. Extra kick. Now looks like the Hawks are into a 3-2 zone. It's going to end up with a shooter top of the key. That was a big basket. Rebounding is going to be the issue, though, and we saw this last week. Good work from McKenzie inside.
Yeah, great rebound by McKenzie and great patience under the basket to wait his opportunity to go back and finish it.
And that was where Ringwood had their issues rebounding when they went into a zone last week. They played a bit more 2-3. Lincoln will always shoot that at the top of the key, and it did everything but drop. The crowd was ready to go, and Ballarat still within 2 points and look pretty comfortable at this point.
See, the game hinges on a knife point, doesn't it? When, you know, that was 3/4 of the way down and somehow managed to just wriggle its way out.
Single digits on the shot clock. Haven't seen Ballarat rush too often on offense. Lob pass into McKenzie. Time running out. Took the chair away from him, and it'll be the Hawks back the other way. Sealy streaming down. Hesitation. That was some quick handles. Ball to a Nook. He wanted the dunk, and he got it. The Nook just powered down a one-hand slam. Hawks got to make sure that they take a breath now, defend again. That was a play, Kenny.
Well, I didn't know he had that in his arsenal. He's been training with us all year. He hasn't done it once.
Big shot down the other end, and that rolls in, and you talk about on a knife edge, in and out for the Hawks, and then Dunmore comes down the other end, one of the NBL 1 players for Ballarat, and as you say, big shot, so for all the energy, still only a 1-point lead to the Hawks.
And that's what's happened this whole half, is one team gets going, the other team answers.
Sealy again looking for the find, good hands, and Nook thought he got it, but it was good hands from Ballarat, a strong grab from Figart, and he'll go to the line to shoot a bonus 2. And give Ballarat the chance to take the lead, so he makes the long march back now on the other end.
Such a back and forth game. I mean, you got two teams. I can't see this not going anywhere else but to the last
down
shot.
to the wire.
I mean, it just, unless someone goes nuts and catches fire from the 3-point line, this thing's going to come down to the last play. Gee, it's good basketball, youth league basketball. It's good basketball.
It is. It's fantastic basketball, and players that have got so many weapons, and great sign for the future of the game in this state specifically. Some great basketballers, and also great to see the support for youth league basketball and NBL 1 players from your team, Kenny, from the women's team that have come down to support these guys who are very often in attendance or sitting on the ends of benches and stuff like that at an NBL 1 level.
Well, you know, the Ringwood guys, we've got, 5 players that are part of our NBL 1 program. As Ballarat have got at least 3, and I'm sure many more train with Lukey Sutherland's NBL 1 team as well. So, they're here to support their mates, to support the club, and I guarantee that there'd be a lot more NBL 1 guys from Ballarat coming down if they weren't on their way back from Mount Gambier and preparing for a game tomorrow at Waverley. So it's sorry, not Waverley tomorrow. Where are they tomorrow? Are they?
You're the NBL 1 man.
Mate, all I'm worried about is our game tonight, to be honest. But it's certainly, youth league programs and NBL 1 programs definitely run together as a whole.
And a few guys who trained with the Ringwood team that made the grand final in 2016 are starring here, the likes of Seb Lees, and a few guys who could have qualified or were young enough to play, Matt Roberts and Cade Finilani, but they play permanently in your squad.
Yep.
And we see nice free throws and a little bit given to, you might not be able to see, but there's a section behind the glass wall at the end that Ballarat shooting at the moment with some Ringwood fans who are doing their very best to put them off at the free throw line.
There's a lot of arm swinging going on, but it's not having any impact at all, Matty.
1 point lead to Ballarat, and now they get the steal. Hawks don't want to foul, and it's going to be a 2-point finish. And Bailey Ruff just has to make quick decisions, because if he doesn't, he's getting quadruple teamed.
Yeah, they're coming for him. He's got to catch that ball and kick it on. It's a great little run here for Ballarat, though. 7-zip
scoring run after the big dunk from Anouk. Sealy lost his man, step back 3. Well, that was sweet. That was sweet, Ken Harrington.
Well, again, mate, it's Ballarat looked like sneaking away to a 6 or 8-point lead, and now Ringwood have answered. So it's just like that.
Good rotations, but good ball movement. The tip from Anouk. He's going to push the breakdown the other way. 2v1. He'll go hard, drop off pass to Lincoln, and he double dribbled, I think.
Benny, he did. He took one dribble, he stopped, he pump faked, and he put it on the floor again, just lost his way a little bit.
Ballarat did a good job. They didn't want to let a Nook take off. They'd already seen him dunk probably once more than they would have liked for the game. So 30 seconds to go, about a 5 to 6 second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. Scores are tied. It's been a thrilling first half. Both Ballarat and Ringwood have delivered in spades so far. The battle at the top, here's Will Hines v. A. Hale, and A. Hale has already done some good things defensively. Tough look from Hines. He got it to go, though. Good finish. Single digits on the game clock.
Just go, Ben.
Lincoln's got to get on with it. Kicks to a Nook. Dump pass. And we're just going to have a hesitation. I'm not quite sure what the delay's for.
I don't understand what is actually going on
So the
here.
ball's going to be brought back to court.
What's happened here?
Why exactly? There has to be either a reset of the game clock. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It was seemingly an open layup for the Hawks, which has been bizarrely halted with not much explanation as Bailey Ruff shoots the three. So everyone a little confused as to exactly what happened there with the play bizarrely stopping. But it ends an odd run from what ends a pretty fantastic up. Do you know what happened there, Ken Harrington?
I have no idea, mate. I'm kind of just...
I'm trying to think of what exactly happened there.
We blew the whistle, we stopped the game, and we just gave a side-out ball. I don't understand. But, mate, as we said, what did we said it'd be level or a 2-point game, and that's what we've got. But great finish to the game for Ballarat, to the half for Ballarat.
So we just wait a second. I think Russell Lee is saying that. Oh, no, okay, I know what's happening here. I think there's going to be some presentation of Youth League awards, and it means that both teams are going to have to stay out at half-time. So there'll be Youth League awards presented, and it's been said that mandatory for both teams to stay out on the floor. So a lot going on here at the Rings. What we do have
But that doesn't explain why the play was stopped.
I don't know what's going on, Ken. A great first half of basketball is what we will say. 42-40 the way of Ballarat. We're going to just take a break. You will be able to hear the presentations. It's the Youth Championship Men Awards. So the Ballarat player is going to have to come back out. Ballarat coach doesn't look overly happy. But we'll leave you to these awards and we'll be back with the second half.
Next up, the leading rebounder award, Ryan Dean of Waverley Falcons with 11.18 rebounds per game. Congratulations, Ryan. Now presenting the Golden Hands Award to our very own Sebastian Lee. We'll now present the awards, the most who have been voted by our captains and coaches from the league. Now our Defensive Player of the Year. From Diamond Valley, AJ Rebecca, who is unfortunately absent tonight. Oh, he's here. Yes, there he is. Next up, our Coach of the Year goes to Daniel Smith of the Knox Raiders. We'll give it to him later. Now our All-Star 5 put all the players Basketball Victoria and Big Bay Basketball want to once again congratulate all the award recipients and thank everybody for being part of another successful season of Big Bay Basketball. Good luck to both teams in the second half.
Hello and welcome back to the Rings here at Ringwood for Game 2 of the Victorian Youth Championship Men Big V Grand Final Series. It's Ballarat who held a 1-0 series lead, but it's the Ringwood Hawks who are looking to level that up here on their home floor. Ballarat at the moment lead by 2 points, 42-40. If you're just joining us, my name is Matt Hickey. I'm joined by NBL 1 men Ringwood Hawks head coach Ken Harrington. Ken, we've all been able to take a bit of a breath. What a first half that was.
Fantastic first half. Firstly, before we talk about it, mate, congratulations to the award winners in the Victorian Youth Champ Men division.
Some great players. Campbell Blogg is going to be a superstar. MVP winner.
Campbell Blogg just about won every award that was available and well deserving.
He had 20 against you guys, didn't he?
He did, mate. I left him off the scout because they have about 7 NBL players. So I think I won't worry about that kid, and he ended up damaging us badly. So what a great kid, what a great talent he's going to be, and congratulations to Campbell and all the award winners, including our very own Sebastian Lees, who won the Golden Hands Award.
Indeed. Back to this game, and it's been a super entertaining first half, a bit of an extended halftime break because of the awards that were given out. Some quick play stats. Harrison Sealy leads the way for the Hawks, 13, Ahale 10. For Ballarat, it's Dunmore with 8. And then it's Austin McKenzie who has 6. Impey, who's come off the bench, gave some really good minutes. He's got 6 as well. Both teams have 13 turnovers. Rebound counts 19 apiece. We're back. We're ready to go. One half of basketball to play. Will it be Ballarat who seal the series, or will we be going to a Game 3 tomorrow at this same venue? Here's McKenzie. Gap open for him, and he's too strong there and too big. And that was a pretty easy finish, and not quite the intensity that the Hawks would have wanted defensively out of half-time.
No, mate, and coming out of half-time, Ringwood really need to have a good start here, and they need to get the emotion back in the game. So that's a poor start, but it's early.
Ahale for 3, back the other way, and that's nothing but net. And Lockie Ahale up to 13 points, and he's probably been, him and Sealy have been carrying the Hawks at this point. Lob pass might have been on to McKenzie. Brooks hasn't really had an impact yet. We'll wait and see. I'm sure he'll have a say before this game ends. Here he is, down low. Good defense from Ruff. Tip up and in. It was too good from Lindeblad.
Yeah, Lindenblad's a really talented player as well, mate. He just seems to be the guy who moses around, cleans up the garbage, just does what they need to win. He's had a very good series. Yeah,
we'll step into a 3 if he needs to. Speaking of stepping into 3s, Ahale. And that one was an air ball, and the crowd let him know about it.
Again, this is an interesting part of the game. If one team can sneak out to a 10-point lead, 8-point lead, it really changes the look of the game. And Ballarat look really capable of putting on a little spurt here if Ringwood aren't too careful.
They do lead by 3. Lindeblad. And he buries his own 3 and doubles the lead, and he's got 5 quick points.
Exactly what you just talked about, Matty. He can shoot a 3 as well. He's got a great start to the third quarter, and it's a 6-point game.
So the Hawks lacking a little bit of defensive intensity. Sealy for 3, not quite. And now the bench for Ballarat getting into this game. The Hawks need to switch on defensively if they want to contain this lead. This is what we saw at the start of the 4th in the last game. This is happening at the start of the 3rd. Lindeblad again. Feels like he's throwing into an ocean at the moment. Here's Brooks down low. Good defense all round, but I said Brooks would have an impact, and he gives the little bit of the too small celebration as well, which is pretty bold for a bloke who's only had 4 points. But credit to him, he gives them an 8-point lead.
Interesting, Russell Lee must be thinking about a quick timeout.
No charge called, and a flopping warning as well given to Austin McKenzie, and an important settler for the Hawks, but they have to switch on defensively, Ken.
Yeah, it's a tough question. Does Russell Lee burn one this early, or does he ride this out, and hopefully the Hawks can steady pretty quickly?
2-point tough look. That's almost dropped. Brooks over the back. Couldn't get the rebound. He wasn't happy about it, and they've just made sure that they've got the flopping warning down there. Which is why you see a little brief whistle and a stop in play. And Kyle Slack is super animated. He's entertaining to watch on the sidelines.
Yeah, I don't know too many people who enjoy getting called for a flop warning.
There isn't many. So 6-point lead the way of Ballarat. They've had a great start to this second half. Lees, can he get going for the Hawks? Just lacking a little bit of confidence. That's going to be a travel on a knock. just caught and hopped. Sebeliz has to go out with the floater there, doesn't he?
I think so, mate. I think he had a shot there. I mean, he's an unselfish player. He's a pass-first kind of guy. But, you know,
if he gets 2 foot in the paint,
correct,
elevating, you'd like to see him get that one up.
And he has it in his game too, so he's got to take that opportunity.
He played 3 minutes. It's been Ballarat's 3 minutes at the moment. They again go to Brooks. Ruff does a great job of defending him. Might have been a travel, no call. The crowd giving it to Brooks. And Ruff wasn't too small that time, and a mid-court foul, which is much to the pleasure of the Ringwood Hawks faithful.
Very interesting period right now. The Ringwood fans are trying to get their team back emotionally into the game, and you know, Ballarat are hanging fast right now. So the next couple of plays are really interesting with a 6-point lead to the Miners.
Yeah, Ballarat just plays a really consistent feel and passion and vibe throughout the game. Hawks are a little bit more driven off what comes about on the court, as we see AA will pull up for a handy 2.
Really big play by Lockyer Hale there just to settle his team down. It was a tough play. It was a really nice finish.
He's had 15 points. 3 coming from McKenzie, and he buries it after the pick and roll. Left Ahale a little shaken up as he ran into the brick wall that was Brooks. Lead back out to 7. Hawks need to start getting stops. They're starting to find it offensively. Again, 2 foot in the paint from Lees. He went the dish. Got to look to shoot that one. Doesn't want to give away a foul. Great defense from Ruff. That's going to be Ringwood ball. And that's that verticality that we see in the NBA. The great interior defenders are able to jump straight up and down and cause havoc on the defensive end of the floor.
A couple of good defensive plays by Bailey Ruff, actually. He did a good job on Brooks the previous play and made him take a tough shot. And then, a good block there and actually blocked it off the offensive player out of court. So that's 2 terrific plays by the big fella.
Came at a really important point as well for the Hawks. Trailed by 7. They need a basket. Sealy's been quiet. Good ball to Wharton. Drop pass to Ruff. That was smart. And it was a 2-on-1 in the paint. That's a great pass, isn't it, from Wharton? And he gives the thumbs up to some people in the crowd. I think it was the opposition supporters he was giving a thumbs up to. Every little mishandle, this crowd on both sides is going berserk. 3 from McKenzie. Layoff. Lees gets it, ran into trouble immediately. Got to be careful. They've got a 2-on-1 if they push the ball. Here comes Sealy. It's going to be no score. It'll be base or sideline out of bounds. It was the foul on the take before he picked up his dribble.
This is a hell of a spin move that Sealy just made that actually did. It was a reverse spin move. He didn't even spin the normal way. He still made the layup.
I tell you what's real flattening about that, Kenny, is that's better than any spin move I ever made, actually, in action, and he's done that after the whistle, not even trying.
Yeah. Austin McKenzie certainly let himself known with his threes, with his finger pointing his 3 game to the crowd, and I think they've turned on him a little bit here. Every time he catches the ball, he's getting some advice.
We do love the entertainment, though. Both teams really playing into it, and it's making for a fantastic spectacle. Sealy got blocked by Brooks upstairs. Not many can hang with Sealy up top, but Brooks was good enough. Stepped into a 3. Seb Lees did a good job of staying on the ground. And now the Ringwood crowd like that as well. Feed might be there. Step through was pretty, but he airballed it. Ruff, like a steam train himself, and he finishes on the left. Bailey Ruff, where's that come from, Ken Harrington?
Well, I've done a bit of work with him, Matty. No, actually, I haven't. That's unbelievable move by Bailey Ruff. Well done.
And back to a 3-point lead. So again, this game back and forth. That's a real confident look. And that's all class from Zach Dunmore, isn't it? Team needs a basket, take back the momentum, steps into a free throw line jumper, and that's just clinical.
Again, if you're a kid and you want to copy someone shooting, Zach Dunmore.
And Bailey Ruff goes again. He wanted the foul. He didn't get it. And there was a random whistle. Now, it's going to end in a substitution. I didn't think you could have a substitution off a whistle that was an unintentional whistle, but anyway, just a minor thing.
Well, what I was going to say, Matty, was that Ringwood have steadied a little bit here. It's back to a 3-point game. It did get out to 7 points. Ballarat looked like they were capable of actually really putting some pressure on, but Ringwood seemed to have steadied just a little bit.
And ever since Bailey Ruff was on the receiving end of the too small, as we see another sweet jumper. That's so pretty to watch from Zach Dunmore. Ever since Bailey Ruff was on the receiving end of the too small celebration from Brooks, he's come alive. Now he leads all scorers with 16 and 7 rebounds as well. I'd be going to him again. Lees wants to dance. Hard take, kick out, A-Hale 3. Probably had a little bit more time there. He seemed to rush the release. I would have liked to seen the ball go back to Ruff, especially with Brooks off the floor. Dunmore was feeling it. And fair enough, him letting that one go, but he couldn't quite make it. Leads 5 the way of Ballarat. Tough finish. Look who's battling against 4 bodies, Bailey Ruff, but Ballarat did a good job hunting as a pack and now have a chance to extend the lead.
Both team structures have gone completely out the door. This is just a street fight now, Matt. It's just get the ball, go, try and score.
Coach is not loving it, but we are. Sealy did a good job of making the catch really hard. Then Wharton came in. It's going to be a foul on the grab. And Wharton giving it a little bit to the Ballarat bench as well. So sub on the floor and a good substitution. I like Lucas Impey back into this game because he was fantastic. And now for his first minutes, in comes Ethan Deploy. This is a big moment for him, isn't it?
It's a massive moment. He didn't get to play in game 1 at all. So it's a bold move by Russell Lee. But also, he's a kid who can actually hit a 3. He's got a good, beautiful looking jump shot. So if he gets open, you know, he's a pretty good chance of making it, even though he's been sitting there for 2 hours.
Here he is. Pressure right on the ball. Singleditch on the shot clock. Lees takes it himself this time and banks it off. And you want to see Seb Lees get a little bit more aggressive offensively. Now the big job for Deploy is to guard Lucas Impey. Geez, that's a strong take, isn't it? And the follow. What a battle inside. Brilliant job from Will Hines. How did he come up with that? Credit to the man. He had 4 or 5 Ringwood bodies around him and still got to get the shot up now, Ballarat. Tough look, really tough look, way off. It's going to be a shot clock violation. I know they didn't get the look they wanted, but Will Hines, what a battle inside.
Well, that's just an illustration of how athletic Will Hines is. He can sky with the best of them, and his ability to hang into that play was outstanding and got his team a couple of extra possessions there, but didn't actually amount to anything, but it's the effort that you put in that motivates your team, and great job by Will there, and that's, you know, he's an elite player, he really is.
Oh, Seb Lee's got his pocket picked by Dunmore. Got to be careful not to foul. Great job from Dunmore, and now he's given the too small celebration as well back the other way. The NBA has a lot to be responsible for, doesn't it, Kenny?
I'm not sure he's taller than Sebastian Lees, but anyway.
Oh, looked to be a lot of ball there on the reach-in call. Not sure that that Ballarat went a little hard done by there. Ringwood will take anything they can get. Foul count at the moment 4-0. So the Hawks will be in the bonus, and they're yet to commit a foul.
But that just shows you how aggressive Ballarat is right now.
Sealy lost his man, but then lost the ball. It's been a quick-fire third quarter. We've got it inside 2 minutes to play. Here's Hines, looks for the entry feed and just threw it straight into the gut of Bailey Ruff. Deploy, smart decision. Happy to slow it down. Hayes is going to come in off the bench. We haven't seen much of him in the third. Oh, how was the pocket pass to Wharton? No, but Bailey Ruff. Clear out and let the big men go to work. That's got to be a foul. It is, and one again. Why have they taken so long to get him the ball again, and he had to go get it himself, Kenny?
Yeah, maybe they really need to look to feed the ball into Bailey Ruff. They're struggling from the perimeter at the moment, and he's a great option. Especially with Brooks off the floor.
Right. Now, we've seen once he got quadruple teamed and turned the ball over, but we also saw once or twice he made great decisions out of the block. Right. So wouldn't you just feed in the ball? He's a chance now to go to 19 points.
How many rebounds has Ruff got?
9 rebounds to go along with those 18
He's
points.
having a great game. How many foul shots has he missed, Matt?
He's missed 3 or 4, I think, Bailey Ruff. He'd be about 2 of 6, 2 of 7 at this stage.
Yeah, they're key. They're going to be key coming down the stretch. Both teams need to make their foul shots.
Wing 3, we spoke that this man hadn't seen much of the floor in the third quarter. That was Hayes. And it was, guess who, Ruff, who came up with the rebound, and that'll be his double-double with 18 and 10. And immediately they're looking to Ruff, and this is what happens. You create a bit of pressure off the ball because everyone's worried about the big fella getting the low seal. It's going to be a foul off the ball, and it'll be bonus free throws as well.
Yeah, well, again, Bailey Ruff's aggressive now. He's cutting to the spot, looking for the ball, and a little bit physical with the bumping the Ballarat Miners on that occasion.
Is it time to bring Brooks back on the floor? Or do you leave him off for the last 50 seconds, let him run out the final quarter?
Look, it's probably 50 seconds. I think just let it run out. Give him that extra three-quarter time break and then bring him back fresh for the last.
Ringwood now 9 of 16 from the free throw line. Deploy at the line again. That one a lot sweeter. And again, should give him some confidence.
Oh, so the third quarter has been a tie. So both teams again, it's a 2-point game. It was at half time.
It's been the feeling the whole game that this one's going to go down the wire. Great movement. And Ringwood, just a little bit of lack of communication. And when you've got a crowd going off their nut, it can be a little bit hard to hear the calls amongst your teammates. We've got about a 7-second differential between game clock and shot clock. He's Ruff. He got absolutely manhandled in the paint.
Oh.
And he's been called for a travel. Now, I think the travel was there. I'm not sure about the contact necessarily before the travel.
Yeah, that was really physical in the post there for that play. So that's probably a tough call on Ruff. But Ballarat have ratcheted up the defensive intensity in the last part of this quarter. So that's a good reward for them.
That would have been Figart's fourth, but he manages to secure the turnover for Ballarat instead. Single digits. This has been the man of the third quarter for Ballarat, Dunmore. Double comes to him. Ruff did a great job of forcing the ball out of his hands. He somehow still gets it back, came up short, ball loose, and that'll do it for the third quarter. Another epic quarter of play. And it's the Miners who push ahead by 2 points in terms of that quarter. They lead the game by 4, 58-62. And Ken, you've been saying it all game. I think we're going down to the wire.
Yeah, I really do. I think if taking Ringwood side of things, they really need to increase their defensive pressure and their defensive physicality. I think Ballarat was a little bit more physical during that quarter. They only won the quarter by 2 points, mind you, though, Matty, but still, what they did do is they caused some turnovers, and they've actually got momentum slightly going in their way. That's how it feels from where we are in the stand anyway. So Ringwood are going to have to up their intensity level, I think, I always say to my guys, teams don't beat themselves, you've got to beat them, you've got to take the win. So Ringwood are going to have to back themselves in, they're going to have to take a few chances, change the flow of the game and see if they can't actually get momentum and do pretty much what Ballarat did to them last week, which is roll over them in the last quarter.
Yeah, Dunmore really showed his class for Ballarat in that quarter. He's up to 16 points now and was stood up as the really consistent option for the Miners. It's a 4-point lead, as has been mentioned, the way of Ballarat. If they win this game, they are champions for 2022. You get the feeling that Ringwood, we saw it was rough in that quarter, they need someone to explode in this last quarter.
Yeah, Harry Seeley was very quiet.
He managed to get 3 minutes rest heading into this quarter-time break.
Yeah.
I think that'll be crucial down the stretch. You've got two things at play, don't you, Ken? You've got the short rotation from Ringwood, and then you've got 3 or 4 stars who played decent minutes at an NBL 1 level last night for Ballarat, who had to travel to Mount Gambier and now come back to Ringwood.
Yep. And it's a final though, Matty. I mean, you can't if those players, the Ringwood guys that have played a lot of minutes, and the NBL 1 guys for Ballarat are actually thinking right now, I'm tired, then they're in trouble. This is a grand final. The Ballarat guys, you're 10 minutes away from, grabbing championship rings. So
cutting down the nets.
So all those excuses, they just don't count at this stage. It's get out there and play, and may the best team win.
That's it. 10 minutes of play. Will it be over today, or will we be back at this same exact location tomorrow afternoon?
I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't expect the Hawks will be making too many subs from this point on. I think that the 5 on the floor will probably play it out unless there's foul trouble or something else happens.
You do get this feeling, Lees with a little bit of a fend-off. We know Dunmore has been the hassler all game long as he took another. Now, that should be technically a second flop warning, which I think results in a technical foul. Ruff with the O board, and he thinks the free throw. It's either a charge or it's a flop. It's one of the two.
I'm not sure they called a flop warning. I know they didn't call a charge. Well, I guess it's just play on.
That to be one of the two, neither called. So lead back to 2. Seeley almost picked the pocket. Hayes was excellent in the first quarter, been a little quiet since. So too Mackenzie, and there was just foul And I think this is that verticality we were talking about. Ruff said I was straight up and down, but the foul called, and it'll be McKenzie to go to the line to shoot two. Another guy who was probably a little bit quiet in that third quarter, where Dunmore stepped up and was the leader for Ballarat.
And look, that was an unfortunate call. It was a little unlucky for the defender, but that's what happens if you're aggressive as an offensive player. If you shoot step backs and fadeaways, you don't get fouls. If you drive to the basket, you're a chance to get to the line.
Could this be a battle at the free throw line? It's been Ballarat who are now 6 of 7 from the line, the Hawks 10 of 17. And you get the feeling the officials are just going to make sure this game doesn't get out of hand in terms of the physicality. And we could see plenty of trips to the free throw line, but we'll have to wait and see.
Mate, the Miners are shooting so well from the foul line, and at the end of the day, that might be the difference in the game.
4-point lead the way of Ballarat. Lees, and there's the take foul, and then Figard again making his presence felt. Seb Lees didn't take too well to that and pretty much brushed away the offer to help him up. So again, this physicality, you get the feeling this last quarter is going to be called a little bit tighter than the last three.
This could be a 75, 74-point game by the end of it.
Hale was good in the third. I don't think he meant to bank it in, but you take it any way you can get it.
I think the smile on his face might tell you that that was not called bank, but he'll take every one of those 3 points.
Dunmore back the other way. You cannot allow in that much space. Sealy, I think, is going to get the foul over the back, and he does. Geez, there's two serious athletes. Hayes ends up giving away the foul, but that's two guys under 185 centimetres, and they have both absolutely climbed for that.
Yeah, about above the rim. I mean, it's...
Remember when you used to be able to jump that high, Kenny?
No, I don't, mate. No.
1 point ball game. The Hawks have the chance to take the lead for the first time in a little while at least. Can they do it? Sealy's been excellent, so too Hale. Here is Sealy. This way, that way, left hand a little strong. That's normally the one when you see Ruff just sitting on the opposite side, but Figart did a really good job of containing him. And Nook did a strong job of not being able to foul because it looked as though he was going to give one away. Here's McKenzie. Pick will come from Figart. McKenzie. Great pass. How did he spot Hayes? What a find.
That's a great pass.
From Austin McKenzie. I thought he made a mistake. I thought he was passing into the paint, and he somehow found his man wide open.
Mate, he did. He knew exactly what he was doing. He drove hard. He knew where he wanted to get the ball to. It's a great pass.
Hale for three in rhythm. Couldn't get it that time. Ruff still somehow ends up with it. Couldn't get the foul. Ball came out of his hands. Still somehow gets it back. The Ballarat crowd sending some serious words the way the ref. Seb Lees just cannot get going in this game. Just 9 points, shooting under 30%.
The Ballarat fans leaning over the sponsorship signs, absolutely giving it to the referees.
To be fair, Ruff did actually release the ball before getting it back. McKenzie's got the mismatch on Lees. Good work to switch back amongst the little tip. They tipped it out of his hands again. This is the man, though. He's been doing it in the second half. Couldn't finish, and there's going to be a foul, and that's going to be an and one. And what a job Hayes has done here in the fourth, chasing the offensive glass. And I think we're going to get maybe a timeout or at least a substitution. That might be a Nook out, and in comes Wharton.
Fantastic work on the boards by Hayes. You know, he was a little bit undersized there and underweight, really, but he just battled his butt off. He grabbed that ball, and, you know, they're the plays that decide finals. And, you know, 7.5 minutes left, 6-point game. Every little play is going to count down the stretch.
So 6 points the difference and a chance to make it 7. Ballarat up and about heading into that timeout, but we've still got a long way to go in this one. Our scoreboard here in the building says 7:20 to play. Ken, do you think Ringwood have another push in them to bring this game back within reaching distance?
I still think there's definitely at least 2 more momentum changes in this game. It just depends on how much hay you can make when you have the flow going your way. And, you know, Ringwood certainly have the ability. It's probably going to be on the back of Bailey Ruff or Harry Sealy, though, because the scoring's pretty much dried up with most of the other guys. Ballarat, though, you know, 6-point lead. They're looking to come out of this timeout, put a quick 4 or 6 on and you know, not look back. So, you know, we might have some answers within the next 2 minutes, Matty, as to where this game's going to go.
No doubt about that. And Ballarat are doing this at the moment without Brooks on the floor. He's been sitting on the bench for a little while, and Jeremiah McKenzie's off as well, and Will Hines it's been really Dunmore and Hayes that have led the charge in the past few minutes. And Fireguard's done a relatively decent job battling down low. Here's the bonus free throw. Doesn't drop. Ruff was there, and Fireguard, 2 Bulls going head-to-head.
Fireguard did a great job there of nearly pinching an offensive rebound, which would have been a killer for Ringwood.
And someone catch fire for the Hawks. Ahale's looked potentially the one, but he just hasn't been able to find his stroke. Sealy's gone a little bit quiet in the second half, and Lees is another guy who still has the chance to pop off, but hasn't quite yet. Fireguard. Hayes is feeling it. But Ahale did a pretty good job of containing the dribble. Single digits on the shot clock. That's a tough look. That's a tough look. He rode it all the way, Dunmore. And I tell you what, it almost looked like it was going to roll in.
Such a great athlete. He can actually jump over the defender and get a clean look. And that's sort of what he did then. His sky is so high, he can shoot over most guards. And, that nearly rolled in, Matty.
Oh. And reset the shot clock, and
just a little slow on the shot clock resetting, so we'll do that one again, I think. Zach Wharton's going to have to make the long trudge from one end to another to throw that back in again.
It's always the big fella, isn't it? It's never one of the guards who's always near the ball to just, oh, don't worry, I've got this one. Always make the big fella run up down the other end.
He's not happy about it either, is he, Big Zach?
It's a bit much when you're carrying around the gun club that he's got there. Zach Wharton, been at the gym.
He's certainly found the weight room this year, there's no doubt about that. And good on him. I mean, he's had an injury, a very hard run with injuries the last couple of years, and put himself in the gym, and he's someone to keep an eye on for the future for sure.
So 6.5 to go in game 2. Will we have a game 3, or can Ballarat wrap it all up this afternoon? Lees turns the corner, finds Ahale, who's just letting that thing fly at the moment and just can't quite find his stroke. So maybe got to have some thoughts about that. Impey's going to go straight to the mismatch. They do get him the ball. Hawks have got to help here. They do help, but it was good movement off it, and it was Dunmore who's playing a terrific second half. And now the Hawks, this is probably the biggest lead of the game now for Ballarat, and the Hawks have to answer back, and it's their offense that's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I think Harry Sealy needs to really get involved now and take it on himself.
Here he is.
Well, there you go.
Left-hand bank on cue. Asking you shall receive, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to give him some space and let him create, because offensively they're a bit stagnant now.
Fireguard for 3, dead on. And he hasn't done much offensively all game. And he steps up and makes a huge 3 to give Ballarat a double-digit lead. Here's Lees. Ball down to Ruff. Great find. Bailey Ruff, what a performance. No matter which way this game goes, and he's pulled up a little proppy, 22 and 14. He, along with Dunmore, have probably been the 2 best players in the game. Hawks going to a zone. Interesting.
They're just trying to change the flow. It's probably not a bad ploy.
Got to watch the corner 3. I agree, Kenny. Just try and disrupt him a little bit. Fireguard's feeling it. And Fireguard's hit 5 straight points. And he's absolutely loving every single second. Making Bailey Ruff work on the defensive end of the floor. Sealy, tough take. He's going to get the and one, and that's a big basket because the Hawks have got to stay in touch. There's still 5 minutes to play. It's a long way to go. Ballarat have control, but they cannot get ahead of themselves as the Nook comes back on for Wharton.
I might be an old man, Matty, and it's, 52 years of age, but a special prize to any player who hits a 3 who doesn't signify to the crowd, the benches, anyone else that, hey, I just hit a 3.
Just got to make sure everyone's aware in the building.
Act like you've done it before is what they used to say back in my day.
70 to 77. It's the visiting Ballarat team who lead. They lead the series 1-0 as well. Here's Impey, had a great second quarter, hasn't done much since. Fireguard, he's feeling it. But that time he couldn't quite make the basket. Sealy back the other way. Lead 7. Can the Hawks do something? Sealy looks like he's taking it into his own hand, but that was a sloppy turnover. Hawks have got to run back because they've just allowed a 3-on-2 here. Hayes almost turned it over. McKenzie will step into a 3. That's a big shot. He misses, but Impey with a strong rebound over Ruff.
Great play by Impey. He just does all those little things that make the difference.
McKenzie, same spot, same shot, this time a different result. And it's Ballarat who lead by 10 again. They're celebrating like they've won the chip. They just might have, but there's still 4 minutes and 10 seconds to play in this game.
And give that basket from Mackenzie, give that to Impey, who made a great play on the offensive glass. Fantastic effort.
Bailey Ruff's got 14 rebounds. I think he's hardly been out-rebounded all night, and that's just a big clutch play for Impey, whose stats, 6 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal, probably don't jump off the page in his 17 and a half minutes, but he's been crucial in this game.
Yeah, he's a good defender as well, and I mean, he's smart, so he's making good decisions. 10-point lead. This is the run. This is similar to what happened in game 1, actually, Matty, to be honest with you. I think that it's now or never for the Hawks. The play that Harry Seeley made just there, turning the ball over, Harry's really going to start backing himself in. He can create himself a three-point shot. He's got to step back. He's got to have to start getting going, I think. They need to score 11 points. They need to score 11 points at least.
At least, and probably a little bit more.
They probably need 20, but they're going to need 11 at least. So it's going to have to come on the back of Harry. So Harry, give him the license, give him an on-ball, let him go to work, see what he can do.
The Hawks are shooting only 5 of 23 from deep. Ballarat, on the other hand, 11 of 26 from the land of plenty. And now it's the Hawks who are actually winning the turnover count all game, now have 18 turnovers to Ballarat's 14. So the Miners have done a terrific job in controlling the ball in the second half. Almost another turnover for the Hawks, and Nook makes it a little bit better than it was. Here is Seeley, 2 feet in the paint, you back him in. Can Lees get going? Maybe a travel no call. Ahale, it got wide open. The Red Sea just parted for him. When Ahale finishes it, they needed a basket out of the timeout. They get it, leads 8-3-43.
Harry Seeley got a bit of a knee in the thigh. I think he's trying to run off a bit of a corky. Yep.
Mackenzie looking for the dagger, and it's good challenge that came from Hines, and he had a few words for Ruff as well. That's a killer, isn't it? You get the miss, which has been struggling to do, and now this is an interesting substitution. They're going to take Seeley off, who's got the corky. He's not overly pleased about it. Brooks, who's had a long time on the bench, and the late foul call comes. Seeley's pretty much marched himself back to the score bench to check in. The lob came to Brooks, and he just took a second to reel it in, and actually worked out for him. Seeley, I think, saying, just leave me out here, let me stay warm, because as soon as I stop, is when I'm going to have an issue.
Right. Probably, I'll say, just get in the ball now and let him go to work, and he'll run that. If he makes a basket, that pain will go away pretty quick.
Handy free throw here from Brooks. For a guy who's spent most of the second half, at least most of the second half on the bench, to come in and hit a free throw cold, and if he can make it 2 from 2, you've got to give him credit, but I may have just put the moz on him because he misses it. Bailey Ruff with the rebound. Lead is 9. Hawks have got to move and move fast. Time beginning to be a factor for them, and Seeley misses what was a pretty gimme mid-range jumper at the free throw line.
And they're going to have to really pick up their D a bit further down the floor, the Hawks, and try and create some turnovers. They can't allow the shot clock to be run down every time down the floor, or this game will be over very quickly.
Got to get stops and got to secure the rebound. Good touch from Anook, and a little bit of feeling behind that throw back in from Hines to make sure it came back off.
The ball's definitely coming back. Will certainly made a nice play, though. It was a really smart play.
It was a very smart play, and just made sure he got his money's worth. So Ballarat called timeout. They'll have 4 seconds on the shot clock. Baseline out of bounds. 3:01 to play. They lead by 9 points.
It's a really nice position to be in, up 9 points with 3 minutes to go. But the game's certainly not over, Matty. I think that, if Ringwood can hit a 3, get some turnovers, get something going offensively, there might be another turn in this tail just yet. I don't think the game's over yet. But you'd love to be where Ballarat is right now, up 1 in the series, and a 9-point lead with 3 minutes to go.
And, this performance has been a real credit to their depth across the board. You have a guy like Feigart come in and give you some great points and great minutes. A guy who probably wasn't on the scouting report, at least offensively. He takes over from Brooks and does a great job. We've spoken about Impey doing a great job. Will Hines only has 3 points in 14 minutes, yet still this team has been able to put in 81 and have ran pretty much 8 deep for most of the game.
Impey, Lindenblad, Feigart, Mackenzie, Brooks, the other Mackenzie,
Just step up when they need to step up,
Hines,
don't they?
Dunmore. they've really got some talent coming through at Ballarat. Magnificent venue they got up there. And, we'd love something like that here at Ringwood, mate. I can assure you.
One day. So 3:01 to play. This is a big inbound play. If the Hawks can come up with a stop and a score, it's really game on. Can Ballarat put the dagger in the heart of the Ringwood faithful? It's been done more for all the second half. Step back, corner 3. There it is. It's a deep 2, I think. Deep 2. But that is a dagger for the Ringwood Hawks. Dunmore, what a shot.
Well, they're going to have to look for early offense, the Hawks. They can't mess around with it. Got to get it up. And Nook fires away for 3, but that's long.
And they're going to call a foul on Ruff, which is a slightly tough foul call. Not in the bonus yet. And again, a lot of motioning. They've done it all game and they've been riding this wave. But I tell you what, Dunmore, he hasn't really gotten into the back and forth.
No.
I feel like he's played a pretty straight game and he's just gone about his business and he's put the team on his back in the second half.
Yeah, look, and that's one of the most impressive things about him is his mentality.
There's Lockie Ahale trying to wreak some havoc up the floor. If you're the Hawks, you're looking to press up, do exactly what Ahale did, but he was by himself there in the backcourt.
Well, the Hawks are trying to press to cause some turnovers now.
Oh, and a Nook nearly got it. Right decision made, though. These are some class players from Ballarat. Tough take from McKenzie, and that might just be about good night here at the Rings because it's Ballarat who lead by 13. As Seb Lees goes to the basket, he'll shoot 2. The Hawks made the VYCM Grand Final in 2016, 6 years ago. Weren't able to get the job done in what was a one-off game then. And I think, sadly, that for the Ringwood Hawks faithful, they're going to come up short again. But all credit to Ballarat, who've come on in this Grand Final series. And when push comes to shove in the final quarter, they've flexed their muscle.
Yeah, and so impressive, some of the talent they've got too, Matty. I mean, you've seen it on display. Hawks guys have done a great job. They got hot at the right end of the season, finished strongly and beat some good teams to get here. But, Ballarat, outstanding performance by Coach Slack and the whole team.
It's going to be a jump ball. It's going to stay with Ballarat. Do you find it interesting with the 3-guard set that they've got of Ahale, Sealy and Lees that this upcourt pressure hasn't happened earlier, or is the concern because they have to play such big minutes that you're going to burn too many tickets?
Well, it's only been the last, the last 5 or 6 minutes where the game's changed. I mean, it was on a knife edge. So you kind of don't want to make too many changes, but now backs against the wall, we've got to do some things. So let's throw a press out there. And
the tough news for the Hawks is that Ballarat have been pretty great from the free throw line, and you get the feeling they're going to pump those numbers up, at least attempts. They're 8 of 11 so far from the line. McKenzie makes the first. Everyone who stepped up to the line from Ballarat has looked confident. Can't quite say the same thing for Ringwood.
No,
who have shot 13 of 20.
Yeah, it's they've left a few on the line, the Hawks, but all credit to the Ballarat Miners. This has been a terrific effort.
Lead is 13, 2 minutes to play. Can the Hawks pull out a miracle and push it to a game 3? They have to get on with it quickly. Sealy, pull up 3, gets it to go. It's the first 3 in a long, long time for the Hawks. Gets it back to 10. They need stops, they need missed free throws. But when the ball's in the hands of Dunmore, Ballarat look pretty comfortable. Do a great job of spreading the floor. Probably too late to foul now for Hawks. Need to play the clock out. Don't foul now. And they get the stop. So is there something to happen? Ahale, kick. Sealy, step back 3. He says, I'll do it myself, but he comes up short. That might have made things interesting. Little push pass. Will we see a lob? Good take. No foul call, which is a little bit harsh. The ref swallowed the whistle there. Dunmore wanted it. Doesn't matter. 12-point lead. Anook wants to step into a 3. The Hawks just need to get on with things. He will shoot the 3. Anook from deep, and he gets one to go. Lead back to 9. Some tired bodies out there. And the Ballarat crowd calling for unsportsmanlike. I'm not sure that they're going to get that at this point of the game. Dunmore asking the question politely. What happened there? I think he got his arm taken off there, Zach Dunmore.
I think one more couple of foul shots here, and the game's probably out of the reach of the Hawks officially. And And haven't they been terrific from the foul line, the Miners? I mean, they've really shot the ball at probably 90% on the game.
It's the difference. The free throw shooting is the difference at this being, 4 or 5 point game at this stage with Ringwood, only a possession or two away. It's now being 11 points with a minute to play, and it's pretty much good night from the Hawks. And the good teams do that. The efficient, good teams do that. It's got to be a charge or another flop, but no call. Sealy for 3. No dice. Hines was in there. Ball loose. Rough for an extra 2. He went to dunk it, got his own rebound and got fouled again. Brooks a little shook up because he got, I think, a forearm to the face from Bailey Ruff.
I think Bailey Ruff thought to himself, if a nook can throw him down, I'm going to have a crack at it myself.
Well, I think we're probably going to, on our way to losing the championship, I may as well catch a body on my way out.
I've got to get a poster.
Get something to look back on next season. Really great of also the other youth championship award winners like Campbell Blogg hanging around to watch this game. I'm sure they're wishing that they were in attendance. They're not, but they're more than happy to hang around and watch what's been a fantastic spectacle and a great series, despite it being 2-zip. And as we see, Ruff makes 2 from 2. 2 games that are probably going to end up about 10 points the difference. It's been a much closer series than the stat line and the score line suggests.
I think that might be the 5th foul on Seb Lees, just having a slap at the ball. And he had a great series, though. He had a great run in the finals, Seb Lees, and congratulations to him for the Golden Hands Award.
Had a couple of triple doubles throughout the season.
Yeah, had a great season. He's part of the NBL1 program, so hopefully that's where his future will lay.
And up short, and that's really been the first falter from the line for a while for Ballarat. And Lees leaves the floor. Wasn't quite able to get it going in this game, but no doubt he'll be hungry for more in 2023. This to make it 10 points, and it goes. Brooks still got the athleticism and endurance to keep flying up there. Ballarat not giving anything away in terms of pressure. Anook's hit one. Block came from McKenzie. Foul. And it'll be free throws. Good defensive read from McKenzie.
Used to be an unsportsmanlike, didn't it?
I think so, but the refs at this stage, I think, understand that this game is probably done and dusted, and no need to rub salt in the wound anymore of the team that's going to go down. So Dunmore has 21 for Ballarat. Free throw drops nicely for McKenzie. He's got 12. Austin McKenzie has 16. So those three have combined brilliantly. McKenzie now up to 13 for the game. Time ticks away. That is a brutal mid-court screen. Sealy for 3 doesn't drop. Ruff from the clouds. I tell you what, this Ringwood Hawks team are playing to the final buzzer. I think Ruff shot that from the ground and wanted a foul. And that is going to do it. And there's going to be a foul and free throws. Again down the other end of the court. But the celebrations have started for Ballarat.
The similarity between Game 1 and Game 2 is actually quite remarkable. I mean, the scores, what was the score in Game 1? You remember off the top of your head, matey?
Score in Game 1, 101 to 89, 12-point win to Ballarat.
So we were looking at I think there's last quarter was like a 30-point score because the game's blown out again.
It has, it really has.
It really tightened up for about a quarter and a half, and it's really opened up again, and very similar to what happened on last Saturday at Ballarat.
Free throws to come now for Hines. And he misses the first. Ringwood crowd still happy to give some, even though I think this championship is all done and dusted. A terrific season from both teams, and specifically Ballarat. And it's a credit to their program and their depth, because they've played really an 8-9-man rotation. Sealy puts the hand up and says, I'm going to dribble this ball out. And that'll do it. It's the Ballarat Miners who are champions for 2022 in the Victorian Youth Championship Men's Division. They've got a big contingent of crowd. They've come to watch them play, and they have proven too strong, winning 2-0 in the Grand Final Series as the Hawks wait patiently to shake hands. And now the moment comes, and credit to Kyle Slack, the head coach for Ballarat. He went straight through, shook every Ringwood player's hand and whispered to them and said, a great season and a terrific effort. So credit to him. for that fantastic show of sportsmanship. But the Ballarat Miners are champions, and this crowd, at least the Ringwood section, a little bit flat.
Well, I mean, they shouldn't be flat, Matty, because both teams had a great season. Ballarat just too good, quite frankly. They came here with a job to do. They really shut down Ringwood Hawks' offence. The Hawks very much like to run a structured offence with certain things that they're looking to do. Ballarat, Kyle Slack took away that from the Hawks, and really, that's a really good championship, and really well earned. And congratulations to both teams. Russell Lee coaching Ringwood. Kyle Slack, well done to the coaches. Coaches don't get enough love, Matty.
No surprise you're saying that.
We're the ones that we don't get the sleep, we get the blame. But great job to both of those, and great job to the referees who had an incredibly tough job today.
I think Ballarat might have more support staff or players that weren't playing that are in street clothes on their bench than actually people who were suited up to play
well, let me tell you, the closer you get to the championship, the longer your bench grows.
Yes, that seems to be like
you look down the bench and you don't even recognise half the people that are sitting down there. Everyone loves a championship.
They do, and I think the only thing that could make it sweeter for Ballarat is if they could have done it on their home floor. Really tough to see for the Hawks to see an opposition team celebrate on their home floor, and going to get into the song you might hear on the middle of the floor as Lockie A. Hale speaks to his troops, and no doubt Ringwood will also thank the crowd. We'll run you through some of the stats. It turned out to be a 95-82 win for the Ballarat Miners. It was a closer game than that scoreline suggests. It was a closer series than what was probably a 25-point differential and a 2-zip series record. It was closer than that suggests. Some of the individual stats for the winners. I mean, tip of the cap, Zach Dunmore, who was the player of this game, that's for sure. He had 21 points. He was fantastic in the second half, put the team on his back and led them to a fantastic victory. Austin McKenzie was good as well. He had 16 points, 8 rebounds and 4 assists. He led his team in assists with 4. And then the other, McKenzie, Jeremiah, he had 13 and 6 boards. For the Ringwood Hawks, I mean, it won't mean much to them now, but Seeley, Ruff and Ahale all had fantastic games. They combined for 65 points, the three of them. Bailey Ruff was the pick of the bunch. What a series. What an absolute workhorse Bailey Ruff is. I believe this might be his last season at the level, or he might have one left. But 24 points, 16 rebounds on 71% shooting. And to be fair, he had the big job of going up against Amos Brooks throughout this series, and that might have been one of the very few matchups, or the only real matchup that Ballarat lost, but Ballarat still managed to take the chocolates at the end of the day. A. Hale had 20, Seeley had 21, and Nook only had 5, had that big dunk though that got the crowd into it. Team statistics, well, it was relatively even across the board. The big difference, 3-point shooting percentage, 7 of 30 for the Hawks, 11 of 27 for Ballarat. The rebound count, the Miners ended up winning as well despite being down early. And the turnover count, Ringwood just turned the ball over a little too much in that second half. Ken, another fantastic game of basketball. We're going to have the presentation shortly, so stay with us as we'll have the presentation of the medals and the banners and all of that stuff. But firstly, as a losing coach, what do you say to your troops after that? Is there anything that you can really say?
Gee, well, I've been on both sides of it, Matty, and it's devastating to lose, but it's going to take a couple of days. But then you start to look back at the things that were terrific about the season. You know, you play basketball. There's always next year. And you can only if basketball is purely about winning championships, then you're playing for the wrong reasons. It's friendships, it's a challenge, it's the love of the sport. What happens in the game 2 or game 3 of a grand final series, that's not what it's based on. Your enjoyment can't be that. You've just got to remember, you're playing the greatest sport in the world. You're playing with your teammates that you love at the club that I'm sure Ballarat loves their club and the Ringwood guys love their club. And you just look back and talk about, hey, next year, let's come back and let's try and go one step further.
Hey, get to this game and play in front of a crowd like this, sensational. And it was a big turnout in Ballarat as well. A fantastic night, or afternoon, I should say. There's plenty more basketball to come as well. Don't forget we've got an NBL 1 doubleheader coming to KO freebies after this between the Ringwood Hawks and the Knox Raiders. But Ballarat, what a fantastic season. So much depth, so many players that stood up and did their job brilliantly. And they've managed to pull out a 95-82 win. So we're going to have the presentation very shortly. So thank you for joining us. We're going to leave the presentation with you. You'll be able to hear the man in the middle there make the presentations. A fantastic game of basketball. Thank you on behalf of Ken Harrington. Good luck tonight, Ken.
Thank you, buddy.
For the NBL 1 men, still a sniff of making the playoffs.
Thanks, buddy.
And make sure you join us for the NBL 1 game as well.
Basketball Victoria and Big V Basketball would like to congratulate both teams for a tremendous season that's led to the making of this Grand Final series. After 2 years that have been interrupted, it's great to having Big V Finals back again. Once again, Dan Kirtley is joining us to present the medals. We'd like to take this time to thank Spalding, who provide all game balls for every team across all 12 divisions. Obviously an enormous contribution to our league. We cannot thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please give the umpires a round of applause? Bradley Power, Cash Gately and Ian Westaway. We'd like to now invite the running-up coach of the Hawks, Russell Lee, and Captain Lockie Ale to say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'll start by congratulating Kyle and Ballarat. Unbelievable series. Obviously not the result we were after, but it's exactly what we want heading into a grand final series. Incredibly intense, efficient, an absolute battle. I describe both today's game and last weekend's game the best youth championship games of the season by far. Congratulations and great job, coach and staff. To my guys, absolute ripper year. You know, we knew what we had when we came together in pre-season. You've worked hard all year for Mark Cole and I, led by Lockie and Sebastian, particularly while Lockie was injured. Incredible job. We've got a number of guys ready to take that next step into NBL 1 next year and beyond, and plenty of young guys coming through to rebuild the youth squad into 2023 and beyond also. I'd like to thank our committee of management, our supporters, our sponsors, all the parents and families that enable us to do what it is that we do. For 8 years, I've been privileged enough to coach at Ringwood at this level, and it's an amazing experience being involved in such a tremendous, high-performing professional association. So thank you very much. Commiserations, boys, but congratulations again. I'll pass over to Lockie.
Firstly, thank you, Ballarat. It was a hell of a series. You know, 2-3 seeds to make it to the grand final series. You know, it's an effort. We know you guys towed up some really good teams on your path here. So you deserve this. You were the better team this series, and well done on a great win. Before I head to my guys, I want to thank both Ballarat and Ringwood supporters. It's been an electric place to be, both these two games and our whole postseason run. You know, the Ringwood faithful come out in bunches, and it's been amazing. I know every single, me and every single one of the boys appreciates every single one of you that came out. It spurs us on, and we wouldn't be here without you, so thank you for that. Finally, our boys, it's been a hell of a season. You know, we've had a roller coaster year, but every single one of us, the 12 that suited up today, through to the 16s, 18s that train with us, the training squad, the support staff, it's been a hell of a year. Every single one of us has grown as a guy, and at the end of the day, that's a success. We couldn't come away with a win today, but I'm so proud of every single guy that's put had a touch on our program this year. It's been great to be a part of, and thank you for that.
Now to present the runners-up medals to the Ringwood Hawks. We have number 5, Harrison Seeley. Number 7, Sean Ramirez. Number 9, Ben Lincoln. Number 11, Sebastian Lee. Number 14, Zachary Wharton. Number 15, Bailey Hamilton. Number 23, Bailey Ruff. Number 30, the captain, Lockie Ale. Number 31, Anu Kanu. Number 32, Marcus Russell. Number 41, Harper Mutton. And number 50, Ethan Dupuy. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of the Ringwood Hawks, Russell Lee. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the MVP award for this year's grand final. The award goes to Ballarat Miners number 2, Austin McKenzie. Could we please get the head coach and the captain of the Miners to say a few words?
To everyone who put the game on, thank you very much. Scorers, refs, really appreciate it. To Ringwood, great game. Last weekend and this weekend, really appreciate it. You guys pushed us, we pushed you. I felt like it was a good battle on both games, so really appreciate it, and best of luck for next season as well. Hope to see you guys out there. To our supporters, thank you for coming down. To your supporters, you guys are loud. Like, that's intense. Like, yeah, it's really good, so I appreciate you guys as well. But to our crowd, appreciate you guys making the drive down, so thank you very much. To our boys, couldn't be more proud. That's a great game by us, last weekend and this weekend. That's great. We got a lot more to go tonight, so, so yeah, get ready for that. Thank you very much.
Firstly, obviously everyone put on the game today. Thank you. These sort of events are hard to pull together in a week, so I really appreciate it. To the Ringwood team, it goes without saying that was a hell of a battle. We knew when we saw you guys get through it was going to be that way. Hold your heads high. I've been on that side of the equation. It's tough. Just bounce back next year and be good to go. Hell of a job, coach. Well done. To the crowd, Ringwood crowd, really appreciate it. I told my boys coming here today it was going to be loud, and that was awesome. We love that sort of thing. To our crowd that come down, thank you so much. We've had great support all year by the parents and that sort of stuff, and really appreciate parents and partners that put all the effort in for these guys, so well done as well. A few quick thank yous personally from my end. So obviously our team managers, or manager and +1, hell of a job. Thank you so much this year. You've done a great job, and we appreciate the effort you put in. To my guys, I couldn't be prouder. Mick's back there. You started this last year, Mick. You set up a great program, and I was lucky to come in and take over. And it's well done, Mick. It's a pleasure to come in and coach this team, and the talent out there, even the talent that didn't hit the court today, phenomenal. I couldn't be more proud. You guys have done a hell of a job. It's going to be a big night tonight, and I can't wait to get that started, cut down that net and have some fun. So well done, boys.
Time to present medals to each of the Ballarat Miners. Number 1, Ned Renfrey. Number 2, Austin McKenzie. Number 3, Zach Dunmore. Number 5, Will Hines. Number 8, Diami Hayes. Number 9, Jackson Talbot. Number 10, Oliver Linderblad. Number 17, Bailey Jacobs. Number 20, Amos Brooks. Number 21, Jeremiah McKenzie. Number 22, the captain, Josh Fegert. And number 24, Lucas Impey. The assistant coach crew of the Ballarat Miners is Zach Voigt and Ethan Fegert. And the head coach of the Ballarat Miners, Kyle Slack. We'd like to invite the head coach and the captain of the Miners to accept the Premiership banner. Before you cut down the net, boys, you've got the trophy to accept. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the champions of the season, the Ballarat Miners. The Ballarat Miners are now going to cut the net down.
Number 21, Pete Longer. Number 33, Max Vitala. Number 35, Sly 36, Anthony Galloso. 42, Elijah Tay. And the head coach, Matt Foster. Assistant, James Kai Barella, and Terry Skipper. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise for your judge, number 0, Trevor Clover. Number 4, James Weston. Number 5, Ned Corwell. Number 6, Steve McCalley. Number 7, Gerald, the master Blackshear. Number 8, Nathan Bates Baker. Number 10 is Long Perry. Number 11, Nathan the Commissioner Marshall. Number 12, Jeremy Red. Number 15, Mark Aristocki. Number 24, is Stevens. Number 33, that's Barkley. Our coach is John Wright, assistant coach Weston, coordinator Sean Leggett, Nick Leggett, and our two officials in tonight's game, Jacob Olsen-Mello and Catherine Grass. Ladies and gentlemen, Broncos ball on the side. Fouls on Lee, one goal. Gerald Maxshare on the free throw for 2 shots. Anthony also on the free throw. The two shots. Shot for the Jets. Jeremy Red coming for the first time. And resting match mark. Stop the Broncos. Jets ball from the end line. Pushing foul, Gerald. Actually, 2 goes down for one more to free throw. Shot for the Jets. Next time, recovery, investing in Commissioner Nathan Marshall. Got the body plays. Coming for the Jets, Mark Barrett, Stephanie. Resting Gerald Lanchy.
Boys, time.
South for the Broncos.
Keep working, keep working. Doubles, again, slow here. There we go, stay. Go.
company is Gerald Maxey. Broncos on the side. Points down for Max Parkland. One more on the free throw line. Three-point play. Max Parkland. Shot for the Broncos. Each ball is on a free throw for 2 shots. Up for the Broncos. Carry the first. Just from the end line.
Corner again, Matt. Go, you in there. Keep it in. Up. Hey!
Third place, Tony Elman. Blocking foul, Chris Elman. Is up for that knock play. Check forward on the side.
Jack, front. Dallies. Dallies. Pressure on him, Jack. Bill Dallies. Bill you, Dallies. Nothing, Jay. You nothing, Jay. Bill you, Dallies. Nothing, Jay. Step up. Step up. Step up.
Pushing foul, Gerald Maxey. As it is down outside, for Fred with 2 shots. Stop, okay. Gerald Maxey arrested. Company, Carlos Becky. Pushing back, Nathan Marshall, no score down there. Right on the side.
Go,
Start for the Jets coming in, Jeremy Ray. Resting, next start for the Broncos ball from the side. Coming in for this, Untitled Chapter. Resting, first, second. Jets ball from the left line.
Delhi, to you, Delhi! Give me it!
Rocky Bell. Broncos ball. Pushing back, everything down the side. Stop for the Broncos. Each standers on the free throw for 2 shots. And that point score, 46-31 on the Powerhouse U scoreboard. Summary and chance. There'll be no shooting on the main court. Front court on the free throw line. Judge Bull on the side. Unsportsmanlike foul. Max Barkley. Sub for the Broncos. Max Barkley on the free throw. Broncos ball on the side. Offensive change on each end. Broncos forward from the side.
I want to talk to him, Max, this side.
South for the Broncos. Nathan Marshall. Desco on the side. Stop with the Jets. So back to wrestling, coming Marker, Anthony Nelson, full sleeper. Nathan Marshall, Ballarat, Wrestling, Trevor Friday, Jeremy Webb, from April, from the 8th. 53, 58. The Summaries. killing 5, first, second.
Let's go!
One more on the first right line. My first deputy wrestling comedy, Joe Laxley. From baseball, from the